Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Reform Will Fix It local election tour, live from Swindon in the county of Wiltshire. Please welcome Councillor and broadcaster Darren Grimes.
Hey, I have to be careful on those stairs. I've just been enjoying a stiffy in the Savoy. The Savoy, have you been in that Spoons? Oh, honestly, I tell you what, the measures they give you, they aren't half generous. But I'm grateful to them. Here we are. I'm also grateful to you, my friends, for coming out tonight, and especially to our candidates, members, but ordinary members of the public as well. You know, we in Reform, we do things differently. We actually allow democratic participation. That's exactly why our party was the ones that actually forced the government to allow elections to go ahead. Now, my friends, we're joined tonight by candidates who are standing in Swindon, aren't we? Raise your hands if you're a candidate. Well done, well done, well done. Yes, thank you, thank you. I like that, I like it, I like it. Now, I'm going to pick one of you at random. Who do I want? Who do I want? Go on then, I'll come back. Hello, sir. Why are you standing for Reform UK? What's made you decide to actually stand up?
I believe Britain needs change. We need reform, and we need to fix the broken system which the last two governments have left us.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. The established parties have let down places exactly like Swindon, Wiltshire in general, for far too long, and it's time, actually, for change. You remember Starmer promised us change? Well, the only change that I've got is that I've got none. I've got no change. I'm skint. I'm skint. Energy bills, up. Everything's up. Taxes, up. Petrol at the pump, up. U-turns, more U-turns. You know, there's a political adage that too many U-turns, you end up in the U-bend. Well, this is one government I wouldn't mind flushing. I tell you, I really wouldn't. We're also joined by our brilliant party members. Raise your hand if you're a party member. Ooh, I love it. Lots, 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 lots. Now, there are two that I clocked wearing Reform UK shirts with Mr. Farage on the back. Now, are you two related to each other? No? But you are both wearing our fabulous football shirt.
That's right, had to be done.
Has to be done, yeah.
Why have you decided to wear the party logo with such pride?
There's nowhere else we would rather be than this place, you know. We're fully supporters of Farage.
Yeah, and that's what I think Reform stands for, supreme confidence in what we can be as a country and as a town.
Yeah.
So it had to be done.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you so much. I like that because walking around Swindon, you can see the problems, right? The problems are evident, are they not? And the problems are totally unfair because Westminster would rather focus on making sure that it funds and supports net zero ambitions and all these other things, whilst you all shiver at home. And I'll tell you what, it's cold in this place as well. Where's that heating? Where's that heating? Cannot afford it. That's the problem. Cannot afford it. The issues are big. They are real. But actually, we are the party willing to tackle them. And that's exactly why we've invited members of the public here tonight who aren't members of Reform UK. If you're not a member of Reform UK, can I ask you to raise your hand? Lots, yeah, lots, yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming out tonight. We genuinely do want to engage voters who haven't made their minds up yet, who do want to know what Reform UK has to say, and that, I think, is why we're all here tonight. And we are, by the way, the first political party with, dare I say, the balls to do this. You know, it's a risky business. It's a risky business. But we are willing to do it because we recognise the importance of actually being able to speak directly to voters. And that's why Nigel Farage and his social media platform is so incredibly powerful. Now, my friends, I want you actually, when I say swin, you say done, okay? Swin! Done. Swin! Done. Swin! Done. I love it, I love it, I love it. Right, okay, we're going to get over here now to our member section. Now, those of you who are not members of the party, where have you been? Where have you been? Where have you been all my life? That's what I want to know. We're going to go and get the views of our committee members who actually serve their branches, build their branches, and it's the branches that allow us to put forward candidates and actually support elections. Without that, we wouldn't have the democratic ability to put ourselves forward, would we?
No, it's the only way. We've got to get together as a group to demonstrate what we believe in and protect and get our country back.
Yeah. And membership, what does it give you? What does it give you?
So for myself, I joined as a member and ended up getting more involved. As a few of you know me, I think for me it's given me a great new family.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I've met a lot of really great people.
In Swindon in particular, how does it being a member actually help candidates who are putting themselves out there, working hard, fighting for change?
Well, just a membership will help be able to fund leaflets, for example, and just make us be able to get out there and put the word out there in Swindon. Yeah. And hopefully, come the 7th of May, we will win because of people's support like that. Yeah,
you will. You will. I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you. And good luck as well. Good luck. Best of luck. Now, my friends, we've also got the kit to go with that campaigning. Now, we're going to find out what we've got here. So what have we got? What are we selling? What's the merchandise?
Well, we've got pin badges, mugs and hats.
Beautiful. These pin badges, look at those, beautiful.
£5 for the badges, 15 for the hats, £10 for the mugs.
Well, to be honest with you, I think at this point I might take a hat myself. It's quite chilly.
But like you said earlier, they're fabulous.
Oh, I love this. I love it. I've got one myself. I'm never out of it. Out of it.
Get this at events only. Special time deal.
Well, there we are.
2 shirts for £75.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
All merchandise goes directly to fighting the election. So.
There we are. Round of applause, please. Round of applause. Thank you. Right. We're going to introduce now 2 fabulous guests who actually have been part of the fight and the cause and actually out there already either elected or recent experience of fighting in elections. You might be aware of who I mean in that. You might have heard of a certain by-election, I wonder. Now, let me get round here. I tell you what, it's pretty precarious because there's a very large drop round here, and I know for a fact that yous would all laugh if I went flat on me back in this chair. I live to tell the tale. Now, my friends, we're going to introduce Councillor Saffron Sims-Bryden, who joins me from Durham County Council. Can I get a round of applause? And also Matt Goodwin, who, of course, most recently, fought the Gorton and Denton by-election for this great party. Can we welcome them on? thank you both very much for being with me. Now, Matt, I have to ask you, everyone wants to know, have you recovered yet? Are you knackered?
I think I'm recovered. I took a few days in the glorious English countryside to go walking and reflect on what this country would look like under the Greens.
Oh, dear God, dear God.
I'm over it, and I am back ready to fight and ready to join these good people in saving our country.
Well, you know, Matt, the Greens, yeah, thank you. The Greens say they want to legalise all drugs, and I said, listen, I tell you what, the only thing that would get me through a Green government is probably some of those hardcore stuff. You know, that's it. Matt, I have to ask you, you say you've taken a break, but actually, my friends, he hasn't taken a break. This man never stops. He never stops. He's like the Duracell bunny. He is. Because you've written a book, which is coming out this Sunday.
I have. I've written a book called Suicide of a Nation. It's a nice, light tome. It's about the problems that I think everyone in this room and everybody watching online can sense. I think there is an overwhelming feeling in this country that if we don't really turn things around at the next general election, if we don't vote reform, if we don't deal with mass immigration, if we don't fix the borders, if we don't leave the ECHR, if we don't stop welfare benefits going to people who aren't British, if we don't lower the tax burden, if we don't support small businesses, then this country is going to end up in a very dark place indeed.
I agree with that. How many of you, please raise your hand if you believe that in your lifetime, Swindon has changed in a way in which you didn't vote for?
Wow,
yeah.
Look at that.
You see what I mean, Matt? It's palpable, is it not?
It's everywhere you go, Gorton and Denton, Swindon, London, the east coast of England. I think it comes down to 5 words. I think everybody can feel that we are losing our country. And I think that is what this is about.
Now, Saffron, you're a champion for young people, vulnerable young people in Cairn, County Durham and all the rest of it, serving on our committee. But I have to ask you about your work for Students for Reform. Sir Keir Starmer says that actually he's going to put in place votes at 16. Now, I have one man stood up here, not Danny Kruger, but he is there. Danny Kruger's there. Say hello, Danny. Now, Nigel Farage, I actually imagine, with a bigger following than every other MP combined, the leaders combined, you know, on TikTok and all the rest of it. Yeah. I think that actually votes at 16 will turn out to be a radical mistake by this government.
No, I completely agree. I think when we look at what is happening to our young people, we are the second biggest party for our young people. They want us. When they don't look at across the board, they look at reform as the people that need to be the ones to lead. When we look at the old parties, we've got much of the same. Yeah. And when it comes to reform, we give that hope, that aspiration for everyone, that they have a future, not just as people, but in this country. Because so many of our young people have had Labour, the Conservatives. We've been sold a dream, and we've been sold down the river.
Yeah. I mean, how many of you here, raise your hands if you believe that your children and grandchildren will be worse off ultimately than you have been?
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's impossible. Saffron, how can young people expect to actually be able to enjoy the benefits of living in a democracy such as Britain? You know, this is the issue, and this is exactly why I believe they've made a fundamental mistake in putting through votes at 16, assuming that it would be a shoo-in for Labour.
The thing is, that's just a fallacy, that Labour believe, because it's always been the case, that they own the votes of 16-year-olds, when really the tides are turning, as we saw in Durham. When I knocked on the door to all the student houses and supported the fellow candidates, it wasn't Labour they were asking for, it was reform.
Absolutely, yeah, well, I agree. And what does Swindon want, my friends? Well, Oh, I heard the party name. I heard the party name. I like it, I like it, I like it. Now, Matt, your book coming out, you are clearly labouring the point hard and often, at every chance you get, that actually ultimately we are in Last Chance Saloon. You know, we are drinking at that bar over there in Last Chance Saloon. And many of you have drank at that bar over there, by the way. I'm watching you. Now, ultimately, many people may be of the view that actually we don't have time to turn things around. You know, all of the people that say, young people especially, I'm off to Dubai, I'm off to Australia, I'm off to wherever else. Can we actually offer young people hope in this scenario we find ourselves in?
Well, I think there's an old saying about the British, which is that we tend to lose every battle except the last. And it feels to me as though what we're heading into here is a really important historic general election. And Nigel Farage has said it best himself. It feels as though we're coming up here to the last chance for this country. We've got to turn things around. And I want to salute everybody in this room that has come out on an evening.
Me too.
You could have been with your families, you could have been working, you could have been doing anything else. But what we've got here are a room full of people who are committed, fundamentally committed to saving this country. And what that looks like, it looks like voting reform at the local elections. It looks like putting yourself forward as a candidate. It looks like supporting your local branch. I mean, if you look through the history of this country, Darren, the history of this country is actually the people saving this country. It's not the elites in Westminster, it's not the politicians. The history of this country is the people saving this country. And all I'm saying to everyone in this room and everyone watching online, we've got a chance here.
Yeah.
If we all work together, we got a chance to do what our ancestors did before us, which is turn the tide and save this country that we love.
Yeah. I agree. Now, a question to the two of you. You've seen Reform UK in its uniqueness, allowing, you know, members of the public to come in and hear what Reform has to say. Many of them not members of the party. What does membership of a political party and a political movement actually allow you to do, Saffron? What is it that you believe is so incredibly important about people signing up? We would never have been elected, you and I, in Durham, had it not been for the members behind us that actually go out there and fight for what is, I believe, our last chance.
No, I would completely echo that sentiment. I do not know where I'd be without the members and people that came out and canvassed for me, came out and leafleted. It brings everyone together from different walks of life, different experiences, and arguably that community, all fighting for the same goal, is refreshing.
Yeah.
You don't get that anywhere else. You don't get that in the Tories anymore. It's stale, it's old, but Reform is new. We allow everyone to have a voice.
We do. No, clearly, do we not? Matt, I have to say to you, I think a lot of us in this room, how many of you were depressed by the Gorton and Denton by-election result? Right?
I've allowed to put my hands up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course you were. He worked like a dog. But Matt, I have to ask you, what is the positive that you take away from that by-election? You know, we all view that as a scary... It's a revelation of the extent of sectarianism within British politics. But are there any positives there? Reform coming second in the Labour Party's 6th safest seat. It's extraordinary. So what are the positives to take away, Matt?
Gorton and Denton was our 440th target seat, okay? We shouldn't have even been competitive in that seat, and here we are beating the Labour Party into third. Let me tell you what I learned during that by-election, and I've not said this before. I learned that Reform is not a political party. Reform is a family. Because on the day of voting, I had 1,200 activists come up to help get the vote out. I had activists coming from Scotland, from Cornwall, from Wales, from Kent, coming up to help me campaign and canvass. And they knew that when their time comes, I will go down and help them. And it struck me, we're not a political party, we're a family, and we're driven by a sense of purpose that runs much deeper than anything that motivates Labour and the Conservatives. And I'll never forget a guy, he'd never been interested in politics before, and he said, you know what, I'm voting Reform at this by-election, and I'm even going further. I'm going to put a sign in my garden that says, vote Reform. And he knew that that was a really big statement for him, and he felt that strongly about the country. And I said, that's very impressive. You must be very proud of Britain. And he looked at me, and he pointed at the sign, and he said, that's not just about pride, that's an act of resistance. That's what this is, an act of resistance against everything that's being imposed on us from Westminster. And I think that's what Reform is about.
All right, Matt, and if people want to know more about the book, they can watch you on Camilla Tominey on Sunday on GB News. Have you heard of GB News?
Who watches GB News?
Oh, yes. There you go. I mean, thank God for GB News, because all those other broadcasters, well, I mean, hey, they're somewhere to the left of Jez Corbyn, aren't they? It's extraordinary. Right, Matt Goodwin and Saffron Sims-Bryden, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Now, Swindon, I've just had some breaking news. There's a bull on the loose in Swindon. There is a bull on the loose in Swindon. So I think that means, my friends, that it's time to introduce our party chairman, Dr. David Bull.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Darren.
Good evening, David. Now, you heard what our two guests had to say tonight. I mean, that picture that's painted of the Last Chance Saloon, you know, the number of people coming forward to you at all the events that you do, how much of a inspiration and a family-like movement are we becoming?
So that is absolutely true. As many of you know, I spent the last 7 months going around this country. I've seen 7,000 people in working men's clubs in the north of England, in the Midlands. I've seen people in East Anglia. I've been everywhere. And you know, people are coming up to me crying, saying, you are literally the last hope for Britain. The country, this once great country, is decimated. But one of the other things I just want to tell you is that when I look back to 2019, when I was a member of the European Parliament, when Nigel got me involved with this party, is that when we turned into Reform UK, they told us we reached our plateau when we got to 2%, and then 6%, and then 7%. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are polling at 30% across the United Kingdom.
It's excellent, but David, you and I, we whenever we're doing events like this, we go out into the community. You know, we want to meet real people, and as you know, I have a penchant for Wetherspoons.
I think we all do, don't we?
Yeah, of course, of course. Now, David, looking at the challenges that are faced by the people of Wiltshire, you know, here in Swindon, do you think actually Reform UK would get stuck in to these communities and actually seek to stand up for residents that have been totally forgotten by Westminster?
I totally agree. Look, Swindon is a great town, but today my heart broke when I walked around that high street, boarded up shops, we saw vape shops, tobacco shops. It's just unacceptable. You know, one of the other things, and this was truly shocking, I'm a doctor by training. As I went into a pub, a man was shooting up heroin in the doorway of the pub here in Swindon. That, ladies and gentlemen, is unacceptable. It will not happen under a Reform UK government. We will ensure we put Swindon back where it belongs.
All right, David, we're going to hear what you have to say to the great people of Swindon.
We will indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank him. Darren Grimes. Well, a very good evening to all of you here in Swindon. I'm Dr. David Bull, and let me tell you, I am really proud to be the chairman of Reform UK. I'm so delighted, as I said earlier, to be here with you in Swindon. Now, I did my research, actually, on Swindon. Now, Swindon was recorded in the 1086 Domesday Book, but the arrival of the Great Western Railway in 1843 transformed it from a small market town into a thriving railway hub. Also, who can forget that Swindon is also home to the Magic Roundabout? No, not that one, not that one, not the one with Dougal and Zebedee, not that one. But obviously, as you know, the famously complex traffic system comprising 5 mini roundabouts, it's cited, and I know this because I've driven around it, as one of the scariest junctions in Britain. Now, for me, and I mentioned this just now, but Swindon has had the most extraordinary past. And let me be very clear here, because under a Reform UK government, it will have an even more extraordinary future. Now, also, this is a really fascinating political seat, because since 1983, the people of Swindon have always backed the political party that goes on to win the next general election. Now, at the last election, Labour was given a whopping majority. But here's the really good news. From my point of view, and hopefully from yours, we have decimated that majority. I looked at the latest polling earlier today. It shows that if there was a general election tomorrow, we are in touching distance of winning this pivotal parliamentary seat. That, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing short of extraordinary. But let's just go back to tonight, right? It's so good to see all of you here, because I was just looking at many of you and the composition of the people who have attended tonight. Some of you are supporters of the party. Some of you are members of the party. But many of you here tonight have never had an affiliation with a political party. And some of you have never voted. But I think it's fair to say that all of you here are out of a sense of frustration, desperation, and downright anger, actually, at the way our country has been run into the ground. I think it's also fair to say this current government is the worst I have ever seen in my lifetime. And really, quite frankly, that is saying something, isn't it, given the competition? It is directionless, this government is directionless, it's rudderless, it's devoid of principles, it's devoid of policies, it lacks any coherence. And ladies and gentlemen, great countries need a great leader. But what do we have? Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is a failed human rights lawyer who prefers Davos to Devon. He is a man who has alienated almost the entire British electorate. He is a man, by the way, he has a net approval rating of -47. In fact, that approval rating is so bad that at this point, the taxman, the weather, and even, dare I say, the BBC are more popular than Keir Starmer. Now, let's be clear, the main parties have consistently and constantly destroyed people's hopes, aspirations, and futures. Let's just start with Labour, though. This Labour government, ladies and gentlemen, is out of ideas and out of time, and quite frankly, it needs to be booted out of office. This Labour government has absolutely no idea what it is doing. And astonishingly, you know this, it's already on its 16th U-turn. They have trashed the economy. They have kicked businesses where it hurts. The rise in employer national insurance contributions has decimated them, forcing businesses to stop recruiting or close their doors. And they have launched full frontal attacks on everyone, on our farmers, our industrial base, our pubs, people who work hard, and worst of all, as a medic, they have attacked our pensioners, and that is unacceptable. They have also presided over rocketing energy costs and worshipped on this idiocy of net zero and the altar of net zero. And a really unstable world that we live in. They're giving away sovereign British territory. They are running down our armed forces. And Keir Starmer is cozying up to China. It is embarrassing, it's unacceptable, and ladies and gentlemen, it is utter madness. What I think is really unforgivable, actually, is they have allowed the illegal invasion of our country to continue unabated. Should we look at the figures? 41,000 people came here illegally last year. 41,000. That is the second highest number of crossings ever recorded. Let me pledge to you tonight, only a Reform UK government will stop this country being invaded once and for all. We will stop this illegal invasion. I think it's fair to say, ladies and gentlemen, this government has been nothing short of an unmitigated disaster. You can't trust a single word they say. And whilst I'm at it, they keep accusing Reform UK of wanting to privatise the NHS. I'm a doctor. I'm also the person who wrote our policy on health. Let me be clear, this is a blatant lie. It smacks of desperation, and under a Reform UK government, the NHS remains free at the point of need. But Labour aren't the only liars in town, are they? The Tories also betrayed your trust. The Tories broke Britain. Now, the Tories actually presided over record tax hikes, a cost of living crisis, austerity, and the erosion of public services. It was the Tories that bankrupted the country. The Tories repeatedly missed house-building targets. They, the Tories, destroyed the NHS. They also betrayed Brexit by allowing the annexation of Northern Ireland, putting that border in the Irish Sea, and abandoned 2 million of our citizens. And the worst bit for me, is they turned this country into a police state in the COVID pandemic. They consigned elderly people to die alone, frightened, and without family. And that is totally and utterly unacceptable, is it not? They were also responsible for an open-door immigration policy. They let in nearly 150,000 illegal immigrants into this country. And what's worse, under Boris Johnson, 3.8 million unskilled migrants legally came into this country, of which half will never work. Let me be very clear, the Tories must never be forgiven for what they did. So my message to all of you here in Swindon is really simple. The Tories simply cannot be trusted with your vote on May the 7th. Now, given the two main parties have abjectly failed this country, some people are turning to Ed Davey and the Lib Dems quite in desperation, and that is what I call desperate. Which really only leaves one other choice. That is Zach Polanski and the Green Party. Let me be very clear about this as well. The Green Party is a major threat to British national security. The Green Party is a major threat to community cohesion. It will tear towns like this apart. It is a party more interested in Gaza than in Great Britain. They do not believe in borders. They don't believe in upholding the rule of law or British national security. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let Zach Polanski hypnotise you into voting Green. So that brings me to where we are now. I believe passionately that Reform UK is the last chance to save this once great country. We are the fastest growing political party in this country. We are now the largest political party in this country. And since I've been chairman, we have gained 5,000 new members every single month. Darren also mentioned this. We won a seismic victory against this government who tried to cancel elections for 4.5 million people in this country. It was wrong, it was undemocratic, and thanks to the fight mounted by Reform UK, that wrong has been put right, and that was the right thing to do. We now have 8 members of Parliament, and we are not stopping there. And we have led the last 250 opinion polls, and the latest polls have us on course to win a thumping parliamentary majority, which is amazing news. But here's the very sad news. We would also have to say goodbye to Angela Rayner. I know. We would say goodbye to Rachel Reeves. And my favourite of all, Mad Ed Miliband is out of the door. Now, make no mistake, the future is bright. I think the future is turquoise. And this is your chance, ladies and gentlemen, to be part of our movement and change British political history. You really can make all the difference. We need you to support us and to become members of this great party. Just look at the difference people like you have made so far. In Staffordshire, Reform UK has saved 63 county farms from being sold. In Derbyshire, we cleared the pothole backlog we inherited. We took it from 17,000 down to 0 in the first 10 months of being in control of that council. In West Northamptonshire, Reform served notice on all 3 asylum hotels in the area. We, Reform UK, will shut all of these hotels permanently. And when it comes to council tax, Reform UK councils have saved hundreds of millions of pounds, keeping council tax as low as we possibly can. Unlike the failed establishment, we are delivering for local people. Now, in just over 8 weeks, on May the 7th, elections are taking place across the country, including here in Swindon. I cannot emphasise how important these elections are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chance to hit the government where it really hurts. And the way to do that, ladies and gentlemen, is to vote for Reform UK. Well, our next speaker needs very little introduction. In late 2025, he became the second Member of Parliament to defect to us from the Conservatives. He has consistently spoken up for his constituents. He's championed common sense values and worked to ensure that the voices of ordinary people are heard in Westminster. He is also now heading up our preparations for government because, make no mistake, we will be the next party of government. Before we meet him, though, let's see him in action.
Unless ministers have a real plan and real determination, nothing changes. We've got to have courage. When Nigel Farage walks in through number 10, he's going to give the civil service the plan, and he's going to say, this is what we're going to do, and these are the people I'm bringing in to help me do it. From that moment, the elected representatives of the British people will be running the British government, and that's the change that's needed most of all. I've joined Nigel Farage's party because I believe in him and I believe in the vision that he's setting out for the country, and I believe that Britain needs reform. We've got to have substantial change. I think we have a country that is demoralised, anxious, but it's because the country as a whole doesn't know what it is or who it is. And that's because the people at the top have lost faith in our nation. What we need is leaders who get that, who are not ashamed of our country, who are not ashamed of the idea of the community, of people looking out for each other in their neighbourhoods. So my job as the head of the preparation for government team, my job is to take those proposals and turn them into a plan for government. So what's the legislation we're going to need to pass? When are we going to need it? How are we going to reform the civil service so that it actually does what the politicians demand? And it's going to make it work the way it should work, the way the public think it works. Our slogan is family, community, country. It's the politics of home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Danny Kruger, MP.
Well, let me just start with this point. There is no other party in Britain that could put on an event like this, that could fill a crowd like this. So firstly, just thank you, and well done Reform for doing this. You know, they're doing it every night, so this is the third night in a row. And I think they're doing 18. No, I'm just doing one. This is me done, Swindon, that's it, because I'm MP round the corner here. But David and Nigel are on the road. So, I mean, it's true, probably the Greens could get a crowd together. The problem is they couldn't actually organise an event to get them together. That said, we just heard it kind of from Matt. You know, the Greens, they're quite good at organising postal votes, aren't they? They can manage to organise a family voting, as we saw up in Manchester. And listen, I was speaking about that in the Commons the week after that by-election. So what's going on with the voting there? Something went wrong. And behind me, up pops Jeremy Corbyn. You remember him? He was the one who used to get all the dodgy votes. But the caravan has moved on, and it's not poor old Jeremy. He was very angry with me. I was insulting people. He said. But listen, that's how it is. Now the torch of the radical loony left has passed to the Greens, and we've got to absolutely stand against them. Because listen, obviously they're mad, obviously they're crazy, but here's the problem. They actually seem to be in power. It is Corbyn and Polanski and the people that they influence who actually seem to be running our country. So, did you see, it's good news. Last week, the Bank of England has announced they're not going to have Churchill on the banknotes anymore. He's a very divisive figure, you see, Winston Churchill, all that kind of winning World War II, you know, very controversial record he has. People don't like it. So they're going to put trees on the banknotes. The Greens will be happy with that, unless they're English trees, of course. That would be racist. But I mean, maybe that's just a silly, bit of nonsense. But actually, that indicates something about the kind of leadership we have in this country. That's the Bank of England. But look at the actual government. Our leaders are allowing the prosecution of British Army veterans for actions that they took on operations that they were sent on by the British government, for actions they took under the rules of engagement. They're being pursued through the courts by this government, by lawyers exactly like Starmer and Harmer and the other human rights shysters. It is outrageous what this government is doing to our people. How many forces families have we got here? Quite a few. Okay, listen, Reform is going to put an end to this madness. We will stand up for our veterans and stand up for our troops. This is also the government, thank you, this is also a government that is giving away sovereign British territory to a hostile state, an ally of China, and paying them for the privilege of taking our territory away. And it is a government that is allowing hundreds of illegal immigrants, fighting age men to cross British waters in rubber dinghies every week and land on our beaches. Or actually, they put them in lifeboats so they don't get wet landing on our beaches. And then they are put up at public expense, and the vast majority of them are allowed to live and work in this country for the rest of their lives. Now, someone once said the best way to understand an organization is to imagine that it is run by a cabal of its enemies. I think that applies to our country. Doesn't it feel like that? It literally feels like we are run by people who oppose us. People who do not understand this country, do not love this country, its people, its traditions, its institutions. But, listen, change is coming. You can see it all around. You can see it here. You can see it all over the country. Change is coming. Reform is coming. And when we are in government, this country will be run by a cabal of its friends, people who actually love this country, love its people, love its traditions, and are going to stand up for Britain. But it starts here. It starts here. For us, it starts here in Swindon on May the 7th. And listen, I actually love Swindon. I think Swindon is beautiful. Somebody laughed. Who laughed? Who laughed? Listen, they might laugh about Swindon and other places. In Swindon, we don't laugh about Swindon. We actually recognise the brilliance of this place. And it genuinely is. It genuinely has so much going for it. Okay, I know you come out of the station. There's a decent-looking pub in front of you. I know, as Nigel would say, it's a start. But that's kind of it. The rest of the centre, as David discovered it today walking around, it is miserable. It's just a sort of wasteland of empty car parks and ugly tower blocks, and then you've got boarded-up shops everywhere. I know all that. That's obviously true, and it's really depressing. But there is no town in this country with greater potential, genuinely, with richer opportunities than Swindon, in the middle of beautiful Wiltshire, on the main artery between London and Bristol, on the motorway, on the railway, on the data cables. The data cables that run in bringing all the data from North America under the Atlantic into London. They run through Swindon. Don't tell the Chinese. They will build an embassy on it. But that's an incredible asset. We are in the perfect location for prosperity. And actually, you can see it. You can see the beauty and the potential of Swindon all around. It's got this, it's the home of rail. It's where Brunel started the railway revolution that drove the industrial revolution of our country, drove the modernisation of the world. It started here. And you can see pockets of real beauty here. All the old GWR buildings. You've got the old town itself, a lovely spot, lovely place. Shows what a community that's confident and prosperous can do. And it goes in cycles, a place like this. So prosperity with the railways. Then in the 1980s, the railway left, GWR stopped, and everybody said that's the end of Swindon, it's going to decline. But no, something else happened. Honda came along, car manufacturing, huge plant set up in Swindon, bringing thousands of well-paid high-tech jobs. And then British government ruined the car industry, so that was the end of Honda. But everyone said that's Swindon's now going to decline. But no, something brilliant is happening here on that site, that huge Honda site. We've now got an enormous new logistics distribution operation and loads of new companies setting up. And you know what? Something even more exciting. On that site, in the old days before Honda, they used to make aeroplanes. In the 1930s and 40s, on that site, they made the Spitfires that defended these islands in the Battle of Britain. That is Swindon's legacy. And you know what they're building now? Do you know what's happening across Swindon? Drones. We're building drones here. This town is becoming the absolute centre of drone manufacturing in the whole country. Amazing firms are setting up here. And on that site, on that Honda site, the MOD is thinking of establishing the country's biggest drone testing facility. We are going to build a new defence industry here in Swindon, and my goodness, don't we need that for our country? So listen, we do a lot of knockabout politics in Westminster, but I think everybody in Swindon wants the best for it, including the other parties. I'm not going to knock them. And actually, the MP for North Swindon, he's doing his best to bring that drone facility, that testing facility here. And I want to say I hope he succeeds. He's pushing his government to do that. I want him to win, and because I want us to build on that, and I want us to build on the plans that the Labour Council have been coming forward for redevelopment of the centre. But they are so limited. The fact is, Labour's vision is so small compared to what we can do here in Swindon. Just imagine what that centre could look like if you had a government and a council with real vision, real drive, and that believed in the private sector and private finance and the ability of a free market economy to drive growth. That's what we could do here in Swindon. And the fact is, at the moment, developers won't even buy land in central Swindon because the land prices are so low. It's a huge brownfield site waiting for vision and leadership, and that is what we're going to have if we win in a couple of weeks' time. We have an amazing local reform branch, Kurt Wakefield and others. I want to pay tribute to them for getting going. Yeah. Here he is. From a standing start, this guy and his team are building a fantastic campaign with such a confident vision of what Swindon could look like. With the Reform Council, we can get going immediately on improving the quality of life across our council, saving money, cutting down on all the mad, wasteful expenditure that Labour are responsible for, and starting to rebuild the centre. And then, when the general election comes, whenever that is, we're going to be ready. And that's my job in Westminster, to make sure we have a plan and we have the people in place so that when the election comes, we're going to actually go in there and make the system work for us and for Nigel Farage. And I want to end just by saying I have such hope in that man, because he has just been proved right, hasn't he? I've been Tory for all those years, just thinking I agree with that bloke, that annoying campaigner on the margins who keeps eating into our vote. But he's right, and he's been proved right time and time again, and the public are now looking for someone who has absolute, authentic, genuine commitment to what he believes in. And he has a plan and he has a vision, and he's assembling the team for victory. So our democracy is going to do its job, I think. I hope it's going to start here in a couple of weeks' time in Swindon, and then we're going to go on to win the general election and transform our whole country. But first, let's make Swindon great again. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Nicely to our final speaker. Who could that possibly be, I wonder? He is arguably the most famous politician in this country, if not the world. His career is long, it's distinguished, and it's most certainly varied. And also, thanks to I'm a Celebrity, there's not much we haven't seen, I think it's fair to say. He's also gained a whole legion of new young supporters. He's a social media sensation. He is a man known for his straight-talking, no-nonsense approach. Now, last year, he was voted most influential politician in Britain at the Spectator Awards, and YouGov now cites him as the most popular politician in the country. But soon, ladies and gentlemen, he will make history again when he becomes the next British Prime Minister. Before we meet him, let's see him in action.
We are all ships rising on a turquoise tide, headed towards winning the next general election. This government is deep in crisis. They are not fit to govern. The Conservative Party are riven. There is a new, strong, unified party, the party that stands up for decent, working people, and we are the party on the rise. The energy has been unbelievable. The enthusiasm has been extraordinary. You are the people's army.
Reform is now in government. And the big shout-out message, and it's very, very clear, is if you vote Reform, you get Reform. And when it comes to country, of what a nation is, this is where I do personally want to confront the Prime Minister head on.
No one cares more about the state of this country than I do. There is nobody more determined than me. But I tell you what, folks, that was just the beginning. Thank you very much indeed.
Please welcome the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, MP.
Never going to end. Oh dear, I'm so shy as well. Good evening, Swindon! It is fantastic to be here. The atmosphere is incredible. And I know, because we filled this venue out, that something remarkable is happening in this town. But you know what? Something remarkable is happening in this country. I think we've woken up to the fact we've been badly led by weak leaders who don't believe in Britain, who don't believe in the British people, who are gutless, filled with cowardice, prepared to put the ideas of international courts and the woke elite and the views of the BBC. Is that all I get for the BBC? I'll have another go. The BBC! Someone give him another drink or something, you know. We've been led by weak people, not prepared to stand up for this country and for its interests. And I came back into politics 20 months ago. I was out, I was retired, I turned 60, I had grandkids, I was working for the great GB News. Yeah. Not like the BBC, is it? And I threw myself back into this, and I've given it everything I've got over the last 20 months, and I'll give it everything I've got as long as I'm fit and able and capable of doing it, because you know something? We have been a very great country. We still are a very great people, but we've lost the sense of belief in ourselves. We've lost the sense of direction as a country in terms of where we need to go. And I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring back the idea that a proper country controls its borders and decides who comes to live here. I'm going to bring back the idea that the only priority for a British government is to look after the British people themselves to the exclusion of all else. But just have a look. Have a look at who we're led by. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, who doesn't have a patriotic bone in his body. Prepared to sell our country out to whoever it may be. Incapable of standing up and giving a speech without being scripted. I watched him on the 5th of July, 2024. He just won the general election. He'd known for a year he'd win the general election. He walks out into Downing Street with the lectern. He gives a 9-minute speech. Like a pigeon in Trafalgar Square. Every 2.8 seconds, he has to look down at his notes. We don't want leaders like that. We want leaders who in their hearts know what they believe. Honestly tell the British public that message. And frankly, the lot that went before weren't a lot better. I've now forgotten how many prime ministers they had. But an endless stream of Conservatives elected, promising you, time and again, they'd reduce, do you remember this? Reduce net migration to tens of thousands a year. 2010, 2015, 2017, 2019 will reduce net migration to tens of thousands a year, and it finished up in 1 year being nearly 1 million people. Elected as Conservatives, but governing as Social Democrats, bringing us the highest taxes since World War I. The entire political establishment of this country has failed. It has failed us, and it's time for something fresh and new that believes in itself. So we maintain that Britain is broken. Who agrees? Who agrees Britain is broken? Keir Starmer says Britain's not broken. God, isn't he dull? He's bloody awful, isn't he, really? I mean, you wouldn't go out for a pint with him, would you? You know. And Kemi says Britain's not broken. They all say Britain's not broken. But you know what? If you're seriously ill, the one thing you have to do is get the right diagnosis, yeah? You get the diagnosis, you find out what's wrong, and then once you've got there, you can start to cure it. We know that Britain is broken, and we know that Britain needs reform. Of that, there's no question. So enough of the negative. Enough of the negative. Let's talk the positive. We will take back control of our borders, simple as. There will be no more young men who throw their passports and iPhones into the English Channel at the 12-mile line, coming and living in this country at our expense. We will deport every single one of them as soon as they arrive. We will leave the outdated European Convention on Human Rights. We will end the insanity. Oh, Boris. It's amazing he had the free time, really, isn't it? You know. We're going to make Britain the Saudi Arabia of wind. And all we've done is to give ourselves the most expensive energy prices in the world, and watch as Swindon and elsewhere deindustrialise and our businesses go off to India, to China and elsewhere. We will end all net zero subsidies. We will make sure that this country produces all the oil and gas that it needs and give you cheaper energy bills. We will stand up for the 5.7 million people in Britain who run their own small businesses. We will stand up and fight for what I call alarm clock Britain. People who get up in the morning and go out to work are being taxed more than they ever were, and they see people living next door who get up at midday, smoke dope all day, and are being paid on the benefit. It's got to end. It's got to end. We've got to stand up for decency, honesty, hard work. It's why the motto of this party is family, community and country. We know in our hearts what we love. We know in our hearts what we believe in. Common sense has left the entirety of the political stage. As you know, when you look at Swindon, you see a microcosm, frankly, of all that is wrong in this country. Just think about this. The social housing waiting list in Swindon is 2,700 people. The average waiting time is 4 years. And yet this town is currently housing 562 young men who cross the English Channel, living in Swindon at your expense. And I'm sorry, but it's plain blooming wrong, and it cannot be allowed to continue. And then we look at the Labour-run Swindon Council. They are bankrupt. Who said that? You could be put in charge of a council when we win. They are bankrupt. No wonder your council tax goes up with the maximum allowed every single year. Interest payments of tens of thousands of pounds every single day. Contracts awarded for employment, for goodness knows what else. Possibly, I don't want to get sued here, possibly to friends of those running the council. And it is not going well. As Danny said, there is tech in Swindon, there are drones in Swindon, but there is so much more to be done. A city centre being hollowed out. A population in Swindon that has risen by over 10% in 10 years. Do you know why? Because we opened the doors to mass immigration. Have you got more GP services? No. Have you got more roads? No. Have you got more services? No. You are a microcosm of everything that is going wrong in this country. Your quality of life in this town has diminished because of bad government at both national and at local level. I'm here tonight because we're going to fight these elections. We're going to fight these elections. We here in Swindon as a party will fight all 57 seats that are up for contest on May the 7th. And if you want change in Swindon, well, you jolly well better vote for change in Swindon. But my big message to you tonight is this. I've given up a lot to do this. A hell of a lot. There are many other things I could be doing. I could be full-time on my telly. I could be in the pub more. I'm good at that, don't worry about that. I could be seeing more of my 3 grandchildren. There are many things I could be doing. But I think to myself, of the generations that went before us, and what they had to sacrifice to fight for this country, to keep it free and independent, at massive loss of life and injury and cost and misery and hardship, to give all of us in this room, sitting here today, the freedoms that we've got now. So what I've had to do, what I've given up to do this, is as nothing, is it really, to what they did, going back. But we're in trouble. This country is in trouble. Deep, deep trouble. We are allowing... I'll see you later. We'll do my best, I promise. Oh, I'll get slagged off for that, no doubt. We're in deep trouble. Look at the level at which we've allowed extreme Islamism now to breed deep into our cities. The lack of courage of our leaders, of our police force, of everybody to stand up for it. Every single other migrant wave that has come to Britain has in their own way adapted, adopted and become part of our community. Now we have communities deeply embedded in our cities that are telling us we must change our ways. We must ditch our Judeo-Christian culture for their values and their way of life. And my message is, I'll be damned if that is ever going to happen. But I say that, not because I've got the guts to say it. I say it because I mean it. And I put it to you, there is no other party leader you can trust on this. The others might mouth it at election time, but none of them have the courage or the guts or the fortitude to carry it out. I may be flawed, as all human beings are, but I don't lack courage. I don't lack conviction, I don't lack patriotism, I don't lack determination, and believe me, I want to win. I want to win for me, I want to win for you, I want to win for our country, I want to win for the generations that come after us, and everything that we stand for. But there's a limit to what I can do. There's a limit to what people like Danny, who I'm delighted, next door neighbour constituency, who's joined us, can do. There's a limit to what those of us at the top of this party can do. Our strength, and the reason we've come from nothing in 20 months to lead the last 230 opinion polls. God, they hate it in Westminster, I got to tell you. The angrier they get, the better we're doing, you know. I mean, but how have we done this? How have we, in 20 months, done something that no other party's been able to do in British political history? We've done it because we are a people's army. We've done it because of people like you. We're now the biggest party by membership of any in the country. And that's men and women paying their 25 quids a year to support us and help us. Without that funding, we would not be in the lead. Without that funding, we could never, ever, ever be in the strength and position that we are. And because we're there, now the bigger money's starting to come in. We've done it because people give us money. We've done it because people sign up to us. We've done it because people eulogize for us. They talk about us to their friends, to their families, in the golf club, in the bingo hall, in the pub. I've spent 30 years going around the pubs of this country. But this is the point, folks. I'm so thrilled that tonight, in this room, 70% of you are not members of our party. You are members of the public who've come along to listen to what we have to say. Some of you will have come along thinking already that you support us. Many of you in this room, I know, have come along because you're curious, you're interested in what we are, in who we are, and what we are trying to do. I want to finish tonight by saying this to you. Do you want reform to win the council elections in Swindon on May the 7th? And we can do it. We can do it. Are you, each of you, individually, in your hearts and in your minds, prepared to commit to doing something to help us achieve that victory? Now, that was a quieter cheer. That was a quieter cheer. I'm asking you if you believe in what I'm trying to do, if you believe in what we are trying to do. I'm just asking you, please do your bit. Don't leave here tonight and say you enjoyed it. Well, I hope you do, obviously, but don't leave here tonight saying you enjoyed it. Don't leave here tonight saying you agree with it. Don't leave here tonight just saying you'll vote for it. Leave here tonight saying, I will do my bit, whatever that bit is, whether it's joining us, whether it's telling your friends and family, or whatever it is. I urge you, I beg you, to join our people's army. Let us make this the biggest mass political movement this country has ever seen. Because if we don't, within 10 years, this great nation of ours would have sunk into third world status. We are the last chance. We are. I promise you, we are the last chance. I know it, you know it. We are the last chance to save this once great country. We're determined to do it, and I know we can do it. If we can mobilise the millions, if we can mobilise the silent majority, all to do their bit, then we will win. We will reclaim our nation. We'll claim our values, reclaim what is good, honest and true, and set up a new political movement that will last and govern this country for decades to come. The prize is still possible. The prize is very great. I'm committed to giving it every breath in my body. I believe in it. I love this country. I love its people. I'm horrified to see what's happening to it. All I need is you in Swindon and elsewhere, in hundreds of towns like this, to rise up and join me in our very, very English, our very, very British revolution to bring back decency, common sense, the rule of law, and all of the things that have made us the country that we once were. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to ask the candidates to go. So I'm now going to get the candidates on stage. These are some of the men and women who'll be standing. Come on, get on with it. I haven't got all day. These are some of the men and women that will be standing for us in Swindon on May the 7th. Get up. Lovely atmosphere. Lovely atmosphere. Roll up. This is amazing. Can you see, folks, what's happening here? These are men and women coming up onto this stage who will be on your ballot papers in Swindon on May the 7th. They have had the guts and the courage, most of them never been in politics before, but a belief they want to save Swindon, a belief they want to save our country. They put themselves up there, their heads over the parapet. They've no idea what's about to happen next to them. But they've done it, and you see why. When I say that I've made a sacrifice, I've made an effort to try and fight for the things that I think you in this room want. These men and women have been brave and done what they've done, and that's why I say to all of you, if these Swindonians can do it, you in your own way, can't you, help in some way? Can I ask you and beg you to help us and support these people? Very, very good. Well, that ends the evening, but not before a few more pyrotechnics, I think.